Good morning, folks. Good morning, people. I'm gonna do my emails this morning. Yeah! My email's been going crazy this week because of all the donos. All the donos. I get an email for every dono. It's going nuts. Good morning. Oh my god, it's a good morning, you guys. I spent the last hour and a half learning about what's going on in Israel. I realized yesterday, not that this is like a crazy realization. I tried to do that space. Why does it work for you? Aware. Yeah, I did that last night. It's rough stuff. Not that this is like a crazy realization, but last night I was seeing all of it in the news and I was like, man, I have no idea what's happening. It's because I've been streaming all day. And so oh, good one. And so I have no idea what's going on. Imagine being a streamer. Got it. Imagine being a streamer and then as a result being out of touch. So I was like, I refuse. I spent all morning learning about it. I'm not going to talk about it, but it was a time. All right. I have a... I wish I could show you guys this without leaking everything. There's an email thread with my family. It is my brothers, my sister, my mom, and me. My mom sent an article. My dad replied all. Wow, comma, nice, period. My sister replied all. Very cool. Then my dad replied all with a question to my sister. Like, why are we doing this? But I do need to read the article. No, I'm not going to show it. It's their emails. I'm sorry, Ref. That's awful. It's an article about... No, I can't show you this article either. I have family in renewable energy, and it's an article about their business. So I can't show you this one either. Hello. Thank you for gifting a sub. Aww. They're doing solar panels, and they have a whole plan for putting seed mix in between all the panels to help with biodiversity. That's great. Nice. Now I will reply all. Reply to all. Love the seed mix bit. Send. I love my family. Okay. My sister has sent me several articles and videos that I have not watched, and honestly, I might Oh. Damn it, I can't show you these too. Okay, she sent me a syllabus. She sent me her syllabus. She said, "Sister, I'm taking a class this fall." By the way, I do talk to my family on the phone. This isn't like us, like, we're not like some Victorian, like, long distance family that only communicates via email. I did literally talk to her on the phone yesterday, so I don't know why we do this as well. I'm taking a class this fall. It sounds so cool. Check out the attached syllabus for the class. Alright, she's becoming like my dad. The way she's talking is like my father. It's a little bit abnormal for even me and my sister. We're only 18 months apart. She's only 18 months older than me. Do you have any recommendations on what field guide I should get? Dude, stop talking to me like that. But then she put a smile. And then she said in parentheses, text me your recommendation. I'm just emailing you because of this attachment. Okay, valid. The fourth wall has been broken. She gave me permission to text her on our iPhones that we have. Okay. Field gear. They go on a bunch of field trips. Whoa, cool. Colored pencils are optional. She should bring them. I'm gonna tell her that. This is cool as hell. I miss college. She, like, goes out in, like, hiking gear and brings field guides and then takes a bunch of observations, and then she has to write a big paper at the end about the wildlife at the place that they go to field trips to. Plagiarism statement. Monkas. I will not plagiarize. Oh god. They have to do a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation. Scary. Wow! Wicked! I'm finally going through all the stuff you sent me. Period. This conservation class looks so cool and actually makes me miss college. Welcome to my family correspondence. Alright. Next. We have New York Times article about forests. Hi, sister. Here's a good article to help with some perspective on your rainforest gala. Damn it! Basically, we need to save old trees in order to combat climate change and maintain habitat for biodiversity of wildlife now. Damn it! I missed it! Alright, you guys can see this one. All right. Why keeping mature forests intact is the key to the climate fight. Preserving mature forests can play a vital role in yeah. Importance of existing forests. The push to cut them for fuel electricity is misguided. Okay. Physical chemist, environmental scientist, Tufts. Recent years, he's turned his attention to natural solutions to climate change. Pro-forestation. Never heard of that word. Leaving older and middle-aged forests intact because of their superior carbon sequestration abilities. What does this word mean? What does louds mean? Doesn't like? I don't know that word. Wacky, thank you for the prime sub. Ooh, that would be a good hat. That was close. You did it. Thank you. It's applauds. That's dumb as hell. Sorry. Just say it. Okay, whatever. Sure. Planting billions of young trees is great, but preserving existing mature forests will have an even more profound effect. Immature trees sequester far less CO2 than older ones. Makes sense. The recent trend of converting forests to wood pellets that can be burned to produce electricity. Oh. The most effective thing we can do is allow trees that are already planted and are already growing to continue growing to reach their full ecological potential to store carbon. Okay. What is pro-forestation? I don't need this article because he's going to tell us. Some data, papers. If we managed our forests and grasslands in a different way, they could be sequestering twice as much carbon. Paper found middle-aged forests around the world of all types. Half the carbon is stored in the largest 1% diameter trees. Half of the carbon is stored in the largest... Wow. Middle-aged forests around the world, half the carbon stored in the largest 1% diameter trees. Oh, man. Pro-forestation. I mean, we don't really need him to define this word, right? We know exactly what he's talking about. To meet our climate goals, we have to have greater sequestration by natural systems now. Protecting carbon stocks that we already have. Protect wetlands. Protect and improve carbon sequestration by ag soils and grazing lands. Older forests continue to accumulate carbon in soils. In fact, there are forests where there's more carbon in the soils than in the standing trees. As trees get older, they absorb more carbon every year, but because they're bigger, they store more carbon. This sentence, or these two sentences, concern me a little bit because the first thing I thought when I read them, and maybe it's because I'm so used to being a streamer, is I was like, oh, so people are going to be like, oh, so we just need the soil, not the trees. And I kind of wish that this was elaborated on a little more because I read this highlighted bit and I was like, uh-oh. People are going to read that and get the wrong idea. Planting trees makes us feel good. It's a wonderful thing to do. But we could plant more than 1 trillion trees on nearly 1 billion hectares of land. And how much would that solve the problem? They won't make much of a difference in the next 2 or 3 decades because little trees just don't store much carbon. Damn. The southeastern U.S. Pellet and biomass burning industry that's driving the deforestation. What can be done about it? A little over a decade ago, we declared bioenergy, like burning wood pellets, to basically be a carbon neutral and renewable energy source. But bioenergy is more expensive than all the fossil fuels, more than wind and solar, and the industry would not be economically viable without huge subsidies. Largest coal plant in the UK has converted half of its units to burning wood pellets instead of coal. And they claim it's carbon neutral. Well, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Hall. Susan Collins introduced an amendment, which is still binding, that states federal agencies must consider forest bioenergy from sustainably managed forests to be carbon neutral. There's a distinction between industrial production forests and natural forests. Make it clear that natural forests are managed for biodiversity. Hardly have any older forests left in the lower 48 states. It's in the small single digits of our original forests. The forest says that less than 7% of U.S. forests are over 100 years old. That's awful. The TLDR is that... Let me finish the article and then I'll give you a TLDR. Oh my god. Okay. The TLDR is, it's great that we plant new trees, but it does not balance out the effect of cutting down old trees, because old trees sequester way more carbon than new trees, like way more. Like half of the carbon in a forest is in the top 1% of like trees in terms of diameter. And so the old trees are really important. We have, in like the single percentages, like less than 10% of the forests in the US are over 100 years old now because the old ones have been cut and replanted. And biofuel energy, wood pellets into energy as opposed to like coal into energy, is like this new, feels like a greenwash push of like, here's something that's carbon neutral, but it's not carbon neutral, and it's really damaging. And it's just talking about how we need to preserve our old forests if we want to continue sequestering carbon at a rate that we need to, for the planet to exist. And then she sent me a video that I need to go find. A couple videos. One. Two. So we shouldn't plant trees. No, that's not what it said. Planting trees is good. It just doesn't equal the large trees that we're cutting down. It's like if I took $100 from you and then I paid you back, but I paid you back in 10 cents. I'm paying you back, but it obviously does not equate. Does that make more sense? All right, let's see. Beavers. Beavers and Wildfires, a stop-motion story. Oh, I did watch this before, but you guys will like it. Here he goes. Yeah! Oh! He built a dam. He's creating a wetland. You can't hear it? No, you have to. We're starting over. The music's so good. Dude, I could animate this. A wetland. Yay, everything's growing. He did that. Oh, God! He protected it. That was so cute. Kikalika, thank you for the 5. That was so cute. That was so cute. Nice. Beavers are important. Beavers are a keystone species. Yeah, they're firefighters. They are very important. They're ecosystem engineers. You know? So replace fire department with beavers. I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, next, another video. Guys, I've seen a couple people shit on— okay, I don't know what this video is about. I'm not endorsing this video. Alright? My sister sent me this. Don't regard you're one of them. Alright? It drives me insane when people see something about that is supposed to be pro-environment and they're like, well, what about this coffee I bought this morning? It came in a plastic cup and I added stuff to it and I put it in here. But you cannot then say what I'm doing with this nonprofit is not valuable. Okay? Let them try. Don't be annoying. I'm not saying about this video in particular. Okay, I don't know what they're doing with this video. I'm not defending Apple and I'm not defending Big Corp. Shit, you guys are annoying. I don't know how Apple does. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how much they follow through on these promises. I don't know how much of it is posting to be like, look at us, guys. Like, look at us. We're boasting about it. Look at us go. But there's no shot you would rather people just never talk about things that they're trying to do better. Because you'd complain about that too. You can think that's a cringe video. Fine. I'm not endorsing the video. It's just, it's a problem for people. Y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta try to be a little positive, okay? Conservation is an extremely existential, aware, dread field. Greenwashing is a thing. Big Corp manipulating us is a thing. But your attitude towards it matters. You have to try to be positive about it. Or else you might as well just not care about it. Because if you are negative about conservation, if I was negative about conservation, I know a lot of facts about conservation. And if I was negative about it, I could not get up every day and do this. You know what I mean? I understand being skeptical. And you have to watch out for greenwashing. It is a thing. But it's an overall attitude. You gotta keep it in check. You can't just go around complaining about everyone because you assume that they're doing bad or that they're not doing enough or that we're doomed. Because it's not productive. It's not productive. It's important when it comes to conservation, especially because it's such a doomy field. That too, Space. Yeah. Yeah, it's still important for them to know that we care about that. So. Because it's like food labels, right? We talk about food labels all the time. It's like, Are there people that are skirting the rules and using loopholes to get those labels on so they can sell them? Yeah, probably. Is that a problem that we're going to need to address going forward? Yeah, absolutely. Is it important that consumers are pushing for the labels themselves and we're showing that like we do care about this stuff? Yes. Bradham, are you in there? Are you internal? Are you like the puppet? You gotta stop talking like you know everything about what you're talking about. You just don't. And neither do I. But I'm not talking about it like I do. It's crazy. Hat! I think that was all that my sister had sent me. I believe. Erica started it. Below. Thank you. Peanut's trolling. Chateau. Maybe I'm being biased because I like that Peanut raises their hand. But I'm pretty sure Peanut's trolling right now. All right. Raise your hand if you're not trolling. Wait, Peanut's not trolling? Oh no! Oh no! You're telling me ask with 2 Ks doesn't nullify everything that you said in front of it? Wow, am I learning? Am I... What the heck? I've been propaganded. No! Here's, okay, I feel like this has turned into a cringe conversation. Thoughts on this emote? He really means it. This has turned into a cringe conversation because it sounds like I'm like defending Big Corp, and I'm not. Like, I understand that there's a lot of greenwashing that happens, and I understand that corps and celebrities and whatever will make a statement just to like show that they care, even though they don't. Like, I know that that's a thing people do. I just would rather have companies act like they're trying or actually try and talk about it and talk about the environment and like show that consumers obviously care about it. Otherwise, they're not going to spend however much money they did on a commercial like that. I would rather them do that than nothing at all. And I choose to maintain as positive of an attitude about conservation as I possibly can. Because if I don't, I will not be able to wake up in the morning and run this nonprofit. Because conservation is so doomy. You cannot move through it with the perspective of everybody sucks, everybody's doing this wrong, nobody actually cares, you got a plastic cup, you got a plastic cup, you ate a hamburger, you ate a hamburger. If you're trying to do it less, or you're trying to do better, or you're showing that you're trying to do better, even if you're eating meat like 3 times a week instead of 7 times a week, I have to be like, good. I'm not going to be like, well, you're still the fucking problem. And that's why we have all this. I can't operate that way. Or I could not do it. That is where I'm coming from. It's the little bits. It's the baby steps. Okay? That's where I'm coming from. That is not me negating that corporations suck ass. And they are the problem. I acknowledge that. It's just an attitude thing. And it's a very internet thing to see something good and be like, chatting. See money raised and say, I think we have different opinions on capital. I think I just said the opposite, actually. I think I just said the opposite. It's a very online thing to see something good happen and then say, well, why didn't they do this? Or why didn't they just donate this? Or why didn't they why didn't they imagine when you can't do anything right and it's exhausting. And as someone who's trying to do something good with their platform, it's an exhausting attitude that people have, mostly online, but yeah. It was like the gala. Well, I didn't see much of it, but it's like, why are they raising money for the rainforest when there are people starving? It's like that attitude. And it's like, man, you just can't try. Like, you just can't do something good without people being mad about it. And it's exhausting. And it makes people want to do less good. And I think that's bad, which I think is the opposite of what you want. Positive attitude, people. Positive attitude. I'm gonna be honest, naturally, I'm not the most positive person. Okay, I'm actually pretty fucking jaded. It's the one thing that I try to be positive about. I would love if you all gave it a go as well. I don't care that he's got cute emotes. I don't care. Get rid of the negativity. Get rid of it. You might be right about this one instance, but I'm talking about a much larger principle. You might be right about this one instance. I don't know. But it's an attitude problem. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Yeah, sure. Dance the bad vibes away. I will repeat one more time. I'm not defending Big Corp. And I'm not defending Apple. And I'm not defending that video. Understood? Understood. Excellent. What's your opinion on Big Corp? That they're the problem. Alright, I got 2 more articles to read. No, 2 more articles and 1 video. Hey, stop playing. Stop. Oh, we've seen this video. My agency sent me. I'm trying really hard to. I'm like really begging RSPO, the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, to let me work with them and let me like help boost them, because I think what they're doing is super important. And I don't think that they get it yet, but I'm really trying. And so my agency has been trying to talk to them, and they sent me this video, and we've already watched this, but we'll watch it again. It's short.
Hint, a crop grown on approximately
What's palm oil?
27
Oh,
million
excellent
hectares, 370 times the size of Singapore. Palm oil is found in all these products. 70% of cosmetics and 50% of packaged.
Set range! I had a dream that I found it. Oh, I'm so sad that was a dream. I had a dream that I found it, and I took a picture of it on my phone. Damn it, I just remembered that.
Products. Between 1980 and 2014, global palm oil production multiplied 15-fold, from 4.5 million tons to 70 million tons. Grown in tropical areas that are rich in biodiversity, irresponsible expansion of oil palm plantations has negatively impacted at least 193 vulnerable and threatened species, like Bornean elephants, tigers, and orangutans. But cancelling it is out of the question for now. Currently, about half of our global population rely on palm oil as part of their diets and lifestyles. It's also key to employment in Malaysia and Indonesia. What's important to note is that oil palm is a wonder crop that's up to 9 times more effective at yielding vegetable oil. Using alternatives that require more natural resources won't help. Simply put, we're not producing it responsibly or consuming it mindfully. How can you help? To shape a responsible palm oil industry with WWF, pick products of companies sourcing certified sustainable palm oil. Do this by looking for labels and certifications when you shop. Together, we can save our planet and the homes of those most vulnerable amongst us. Hint, good for the planet, people, and biodiversity.
Oh! There he is! Sick. Nice. Set range. Kika Lika, thanks for gifting. I think the label is only US. Wait, is it? I think it's only US. I talked about it in Animal Quest, but I don't remember. We need to find more. Palm oil is in detergent? Yeah, dude. It's in detergent, it's in shampoo, it's in frickin' cosmetics. Oh! Tragedy. My calendar. Please. Ah! It's in, oh, it's worldwide? That's huge. Okay, love. Okay. Bayless, that I will accept. Even though we just had the conversation about attitude, yes, you're so right about that. I'm not arguing with that. You are so right about that. That's a whole problem. Okay. Okay, and then 2 articles. I missed the attitude card. No, you're fine. I was talking about like having a positive attitude. about even corporations trying to do more environmentally. And it turned into a whole thing, and then it turned into me sounding like I was defending Big Corp, I think, which is not what it was supposed to be, but I don't know. I think the majority of people, at least the majority of people that are chatting, understood what I was trying to say. Alright. 2 articles, let's see. Does palm oil have another name? Oh, yes, koalas. Unfortunately, it has many. Very many. I understood what you were saying. Thank you, Beauregard. You know what? Beauregard gets brownie points because Beauregard was one of the people that was complaining about it and now is being nice and is nodding with 2 Ds because he gets it. Respect. Everybody clap for Beauregard. That's actually huge for a chatter. Thank you, Set Range. Yeah, those are names for palm oil. Alright. Clap with 2 Ps. Dope. Oh my god. Bratton. I understand too, I just disagree. You know what? That's valid. Alright, I get that's fine. It's fine if you disagree. I just give my fair warning about the attitudes we take to conservation. It makes it much harder to keep going. But if that's what you're on, that's what you're on. Activist Alexa is changing how and what students learn about climate change. Okay. Yeah, I've heard about Nutella being a high percentage of palm oil. I've obviously had Nutella. I haven't bought Nutella in like ages. I'm actually not that into it. Nah, yeah, Dogard. True. Climate change experienced. Okay, disconnect from climate change. Attended an environmental education expo, and the disconnect became an opportunity. None of the organizations focused on the justice aspect of the climate crisis. A nonprofit empowerment, an education nonprofit that engages students via an immersive climate justice curriculum. So environmental health, food sovereignty, water rights, advocacy. Community gardens. Cool. So this is just like a story, I guess. But one of the things that's really important to consider when we're talking about resources and palm oil, and protecting forests and stuff is that there are also people that are dependent on those forests. I have explained this enough. I have explained this probably 4 times in the exact same way. I don't know. I don't think I can explain it differently. I don't believe that either. I don't know. It's just one of those, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. I'm even fine with Bradham, or the way that Bradham's responding to it. Maybe I'm just on one. I don't know. Yeah, if you would put an ask with 2 Ks, I would have felt fine about what you just said. Cool for checking out products. Loading. Oh. Did you guys all click it? They all clicked it. Theo, thank you. I'm gonna explain one last time. Should I? Maybe I shouldn't. I feel bad for Peanut, but I think it's only because they use emotes that I like. There's something wrong with me. I've explained it so many times. Just forget it. Okay. Just last time. You don't have to believe Apple. You don't have to like them. You know, you can think that they're not being real and that they suck. It's just the attitude of like, nah, fuck you guys for talking about this and trying it just makes it impossible to do the work that I do, and I can't have it around me. Okay? It's really tough vibes to have around, you know? Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. All right. Last article. WWF's climate strategy. All right. Whoa, based. Science is clear, humanity's windows. Okay. Warming below the 1.5 degrees threshold is rapidly closing. 4 priority areas from WWF's climate strategy. Climate finance. Spearheading the use of innovative financing mechanisms for large-scale, long-term conservation solutions to benefit people and the climate. And instead of a but, negating forward, encouraging more momentum. That's a nice way to say that. Bayless. That's nice. I have a lot that I'm thinking about right now that's distracting me from this article, and I'm trying to, and I don't want to speak out loud. I'm just like trying to process what I'm thinking in my brain right now. Give me a second. What does Dr. K say? He says, can I just think for a second? No, Beauregard is fine. You're fine because I get that you don't agree with this particular instance, but you were catching my drift about it not being about this instance at all, that it's just like the attitude of people trying to do things in the name of conservation. And same with Bradham. Bradham does not agree with this one instance, which is valid. Like, you can hate Apple. I don't, yeah, fine. I'm not defending Apple, which I've said like a bajillion times. That's fine. But Bradham was like, I understand what you're saying, because I'm not talking about Apple. I'm talking about the attitude online. It's not just conservation either. It's just like a general attitude of like, you can't do something well without people shitting on you for doing something else not well. I'm just trying to like, what I'm thinking and what I'm worried about is I'm not trying to like create an echo chamber where everyone agrees with me with what I'm saying, because it's not about this particular thing. It's important to foster a community of people that are trying to be positive, especially when the community is in support of conservation. And it's important that I foster a community that does not jump on whataboutisms, because it's just an exhausting loop of like, man, I just can't do anything right. You know? Like this book, right, I was talking about yesterday. This book has so many things. Is online shopping or brick and mortar store greener? What's the greenest way to shop for food? What's the greenest way to do my laundry? What's the issue with man-made fabrics? Should I have children? What's the greenest way to remove makeup? Should I use bars of soap and shampoo or refillable bottles? Like, there's so many things in this book. You could do 20 of them right, which may even be difficult, right? But then, like, you could have a child. Having a child, it says in this book, I read it last night, having a child is one of the biggest is going to be the biggest part of your carbon footprint ever. Right? Which, like, you can be net zero. Like, you can have all reusable products. You can use reusable toilet paper, right? You could be like hardcore, but then you have a kid, and then people could be like, well, you fucked up, you know? And then, but that doesn't detract from all the work that they're trying to do. You know, humans are just, they're not consistent. Like, they can't do it all. And it's important to celebrate the small things that people are doing, instead of shitting on them for the things that they're not doing. So the framing is very important in how you respond to people trying to do the right thing. I think it's a different conversation when we're talking about corporations, because corporations have a history of being shitty, right? And of, like, acting like they care when they don't, or like making statements about them caring when they don't. And I think corporations are shitty, and I think they've done a lot of really terrible, terrible, terrible things for the environment, and I think that they are the problem. Regardless, when a corporation steps out and is saying, like, we're trying really hard to do this for the environment, I choose to be positive about it and believe that they're trying to do a good thing, and I think it's better that they're doing that than not talking about it at all and acting like they don't care at all. So I'm trying to foster a positive attitude towards people trying to do good things, both people and corporations, instead of accusing them of not being genuine or not doing enough. And I want to explain that. And the awareness is important as well, even if it's not coming from a good place, which is the worst case, right? Even if they're not actually trying and they're just lying. I think the awareness is better than them doing nothing at all. And I want to explain that, and for that to be a complete thought for you guys, so you understand that that attitude is really important in going into conservation. Because if you go in with the attitude of rolling your eyes and being like, they're not actually doing anything, he says this, but he uses plastic cups, it's gonna be really, really hard to move forward. And it's going to be really hard to maintain hope for our planet. And one of the biggest things, one of the most important things in conservation is having hope that we can save our planet, right? There are so many species that are projected to be extinct, to go extinct. We know, like, how many Sumatran rhinos are left? How many Mexican red wolves are left? 8? 8 individuals in the wild? Does that mean I'm not going to go to the Wolf Conservation Center and try, you know, and like raise money for them and try? No. And that's the whole point of doing conservation. 34 to 47 Sumatran rhinos. Yeah. But if I had an attitude of like, well, we're doomed anyway, And if this company comes out and says, like, we're going to raise this much for Sumatran rhinos, but they're just posting, they just want to look good, you're never going to get anywhere, you know? It's about the outlook that you have on it, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. It's important to have a positive attitude and to hold on to hope for our planet, because otherwise we just won't get anything done. And if you spend all your time, because you care so much about the environment, shitting on people who you don't think are actually helping, even though they're saying that they are, it's just not productive. I think I'm done now. Did I explain that enough times in the exact same way for you guys to understand? Yes. Fairly. You can, that is so fine. Fairly said, can I have both views? Like, good they're trying, but also screw Apple. Yeah. That's fine. He gets it. Kupo, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. I think you could compare a corporation to someone like me too, of like, hey, this corporation's saying that they're doing this, but they don't actually care. They're just doing it so they look good. I built an entire nonprofit based on social platforms, and it's all broadcasted online. You know? Granted, I'm obviously doing a lot more work, and it's way more consistent. You guys see the behind the scenes, so it's way more believable. But I don't know. You can make an argument against anything. And streamers are notoriously greedy too. Streamers are notoriously shitty too, you know? But yeah. It's yeah. When it comes to environmentalism, I try to assume the best, but am aware of greenwashing. And am aware of corporations. I will not repeat another time that I'm not defending corporations, okay? I'm not! That's it. That's it. No, pudding. All right, I'm done having this conversation. You know what? We're good. We're good. You guys get it. The people that are going to get it, and the people that don't get it are never going to get it. So, I'm good. That's it. That's it. That's it. So you don't think that any corporation in the whole world has ever caused environmental harm or polluted? I swear to God, Penny, if you're not trolling, I'm going to go offline during the subathon. I'm ending it. Now. I will end it. I swear to God. Tell me right now. No, please. Okay, he's joking. He's joking. He's joking. Okay. Okay. Stop digging a hole. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. But I do think it's an important conversation to have. So I'm glad that we had it. Thank you guys for participating. I'm sorry if you got triggered. Sorry if it was a rough time for you. Good morning conversation, everyone. Yeah, I've had a very heavy morning. You can enable the alerts. Oh, alerts! Last thing. Okay, I swear, I'm actually serious. This is my last thing. It's also particularly important for me as a streamer to tell you guys that that's important to me. Thank you for the bits. To tell you guys that this attitude is important to me, because it's important that you guys don't feel guilty if you're not doing everything right. This is the last thing, and I think it's important. Like, if you still eat beef sometimes, I of course want you to eat less, but if you still eat beef sometimes, okay. Do I still think that you care about animals and the environment? Yes, I do. Right? Do you use a plastic cup sometimes? Do you buy eggs that don't have that label because they're too expensive? Do you still yes. Do you still care about animals and the environment? Yes, I believe you do. You can't do everything right, and if you're trying, and if you're taking little steps, even if it's just little tiny bits of stuff that I tell you here and there, and you're like, okay, I'm going to try this, I'm proud of that, and I'm glad that you're doing that, and I think that's really important. And if there are things that you do that are not what I say, what I recommend doing, because of whatever the case is, whether it's finances or access, or you didn't know, or you forgot, or you're used to whatever it is, that's fine. Okay? It is important to do baby steps. Right? And I'm not saying that you guys should never feel guilty if you're not trying at all. That's not good. But if you're trying a little bit, that's important. And environmentalism can very quickly pile up on you and just make you feel like you can't consume anything or you can't do anything right, and like, man, I'm like, it's just my problem and I feel like I'm responsible for saving the world. I don't want you guys to feel like that, because it's counterproductive and it makes it harder. So doing little things are good. And so me sharing that attitude, I think, is important, because I think it's productive and I think it helps people to want to try more. Deal? Make sense? Cool. It's not even 9 a.m. Actually, it's almost 11 a.m. So, good talk. Hat. Why is eating beef bad for the environment? Go to Alveus' website and then click on Winnie and check out the Animal Quest. All right. Are you guys ready for the last article? Okay. So, Gen Z, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. There's Winnie. Why that picture for Winnie? That's her side eye. That's where she's judging you. All right. Climate finance. These are the 4 pillars of what WWF is doing with climate strategy. Okay. Climate finance. WWF spearheading the use of innovating finance mechanisms for large-scale, long-term conservation solutions that benefit people and climate. Project Finance for Permanence, a game-changing approach that secures policy changes and funding necessary for sustainable conservation success and binds them together in a single agreement. WWF's first PFP, Amazon region protected areas for life, reduce deforestation in protected areas by 21%, reducing CO2 emissions. Okay. Cost of climate adaptation, process of adjusting the climate, heavy burden for many countries, and for developing nations most of all. In fact, the scale of financing needed to achieve global climate goals are systematic changes to the international financial system. Political support is emerging that drive a transformation. British Initiative. Propose a mechanism for reform institutions such as the World Bank to set greater climate finance targets, improve transparency, and allow for billions more dollars in grants and loans to countries for climate projects. Okay, important. I've got to be honest, I don't think I've ever thought about climate finance. So cool. Good to know. All right. Green energy transition. When it comes to decarbonizing the economy, shifting away from combusting fossil fuels, WWF and partners founded the Science-Based Targets Initiative in 2015. 35 companies aligning their climate targets with climate science. 5,000 companies have committed to set science-based targets. Deep cuts in fossil-based energy. And it's working. 13% of U.S. emissions come from a source few people think about, thermal energy. Heat used in a wide range of industrial processes. 2017, WWF founded the Renewable Thermal Collaborative, a global coalition of companies, institutions, and governments to address the neglected but critical wedge of emissions. 70 corporate members reaching. Okay. Green energy. Food systems. Food systems. Reducing food waste. Reducing food waste. Nearly 40% of the global food supply is never eaten. When we waste food, we waste the land, water, and energy used to grow, harvest, transport, and package it. Okay. Pacific Coast Waste Commitment, public-private. Farming seaweed. What? How can humanity mitigate climate change while feeding its growing population? Seaweed? Doesn't require arable land, freshwater fertilizers, or pesticides, so it's resource efficient, low carbon, and nutritious food source. It improves the quality of water. Huh. For-profit seaweed companies. Interesting. Okay. So we all need to switch to a seaweed diet. And if not all of you switch to an exclusively seaweed diet and never waste any of it, then I don't think that you care about the environment at all. Nature-based solutions. Hi. Demonstrate. Offering equal benefits for humans, wildlife, and planet. Identified a handful of priority forest and mangrove landscape, holistic approach to addressing the systemic interconnected drivers. Forest management. Yep. Finance sources, cool. Mangroves for community and climate. Project improves the resilience of coastal communities. A single source of income pushes climate crisis. Ensure recovery. Okay. All right. Ah! Nothing happened. Everything looked the same to me. It just the void. Hey. Oh. All right. Travel thoughtfully. Walking, taking a train, limit air travel, adjust your thermostat, 68 in the winter, 78 to 82 in the summer. Eat less meat. Cutting meat consumption by 25%, we could reduce global GHGs by 82 million metric tons every year. On average, that means consuming roughly 1 pound of meat less each week, which translates to 5 or 6 average size meatballs. All right, there you guys there's your metric. Okay, there's your goal. Eat 5 to 6 less average size meatballs a week, and you'll be doing a good job. The meatball metric. Fashion habits. Fashion industry, 10% of buy fewer pieces and shop at consignment and thrift shops. Repair, retailer, resell, or donate garments rather than throwing them away. You know what's sick, actually? One sick thing about, like, TikTok and whatever is thrifting has become such a huge trend lately, and that's so huge. That's so sick. Raise your voice. 8% of registered voters have contacted government officials to urge them to take action. Once over the past 12 months, make your voice heard. People hate this one. I recognize that people hate this one. I'm not going to spiral about it. Those are good, though. Those are good ones. I messaged my politician and then she passed away. Correlation does not equal causation, folks. Your rep is not going to die if you contact them. I swear. Well, I can't promise you that, but it's definitely not because you contacted them. If you're in the US, never mind. Never mind. All right. So, that was going to be a little too command based. Okay, so the stream has been great so far. You guys having a good time? I'm really sorry. What a time. Thank you for the bit. Oh, based. I don't see the glasses. I didn't see them. Where are they? Hat? She did email me back before she died. Oh, saved. I have to pee. I have to pee, and we're going to and then we're gonna come back, and I have I have some things. I have more things I need to do on the computer, and then we need to work on the rat maze today, and we have to do enrichment today. I think that's it. It's not a rage piss. I'm not mad right now.
Charging battery.
I'm not pissed off. Stay here with Alveus Isopod. Don't let him fall. Good job. He didn't fall. Should I wait for these? How many are there? They're done. Did you get all the rage out? Yeah. I texted my sister while I was peeing, and I was like, thanks for making me have an hour-long conversation about corporate responsibility and greenwashing. Blah, 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 blah. Hat. Okay. Cool. Let me respond to this bit. Okay. Okay. You guys. Patrick. Thank you. I shouldn't have had all that coffee. I feel crazy. Alright. I need your guys' help. Actually, let me do my makeup first so I calm down before I start talking to y'all again, because y'all stress me out. You're stressing me out! Alright. Okay. He went in the fridge. So he doesn't go bad sitting there. Are there any bugs that you say, wow, nope, gotta get squished? Lantern flies in places that they're not supposed to exist. Cucumber and potato beetles and invasive bugs. Yes. And I will slap a mosquito if it is in the process of biting me. If I'm being honest with you. It is something that happens. Alright. Can I take this off while I do my makeup? Is it okay if it's down here? Hello? 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 You can still hear it? Cool. I won't put on music. Okay. So... I've decided for my children's book that I'm going to start, or I'm gonna do the compilation method. I emailed the publisher and she said that it's fine if I go either way, like a character-based one or a compilation one. So I think I'd like to do a compilation. Then I just need to decide. I think like 5 would be good. I'm pretty keen on illustrating it. They haven't actually given me permission to do that yet. But I think that even if they're like, hey, this is like, we want a professional illustrator just for quality's sake, I think that I can tell them that selling it will be easier if I illustrate it myself. And then hopefully they'll buy that and like be fine with it. Because I want to illustrate it. I have only sent them the jumping spider test. I'm not sending them my cat animation. So, then I need to do... I think that the 5 bugs I want to do, or the ones that make sense to me, are like... a bee, not realistic drawings, absolutely not. Thanks, Bayless. I want to do a bee, because that just makes sense, because people like are afraid of bees, but flowers, right? So that's an easy one. A millipede, I think, is a good one, because people think they're kind of gross, but I can talk about like soils and then being able to grow fruits and vegetables and stuff. So bee, a millipede. I think a worm is also good for like the same thing as like, ew, gross worm, but like that they like recycle underneath the soil. And then a cockroach for sure. And I need one more. Oh, a spider. I can do a spider for like in the house also, and it's like he's like getting flies out of your house. Or like protecting, it's like a little spider warrior and he's like protecting the house from flies. Which, look, there, I realize that there's a little bit of an ironic element there of like he's getting rid of all the bugs. But it is an ecosystem service, and I think it can be conveyed in a way that makes sense. What? No, Heron, absolutely not. Because they're not bad for the environment. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, is they kids? Children. That you have an argument for. That's funny. I don't know that about Japanese houses. I haven't heard that. Two inches of powder over your makeup is way too much. 2 inches? You mean like 2 inches off your face? What do you mean by that? Jenna Marbles tried that once. My hero. You know what I realized yesterday that I've already known is praying mantis would make a damn good ambassador. Especially a larger one that you can like really see the expression of. Because they're so expressive. It's so important for people to see that bugs like think about things. Or that bugs like... I don't know what people think. People think bugs just like walk around and are just like... like nothing there. It's like... That's why jumping spiders do so well. Because they look at things and they interact with things. And people are like, oh my god, it like... exists, or oh my god, it like registers things around it. It is thinking. I think it helps a lot. I think it's important that people see that. Whole ass sentient being. Sentient is the word I was thinking of and I couldn't think of it. Thank you. Praying mantises don't live very long. I have no idea what their lifespan is. Bug love forever. Dude, my eyelashes are so jacked up today. It's actually crazy. My lash tech would have a heart attack. They're going in like 17 different directions. Because I slept on my stomach. So you like shove your lashes into a pillow and then they go... You described it with your hand. Do you have lash extensions? Yes. These are not my natural lashes. Look at them. That's not me. It's definitely not me. It would be sick though. Are you dyeing your hair yourself? No. 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 Alright. How often do you have to get them done? I get them done once every 3 weeks. Lashes are expensive. Thanks, Bayless. Guys, my hairstylist has been trying to convince me of extensions. Hair extensions, hair extensions cost, it's like $400 for the extensions themselves, and then like $300 to get them put in. And then every 6 to 8 weeks, you have to go back in and get them moved up because they grow down with your hair. So it's another like $300 or something to get them moved up every 6 weeks, just for your hair to be longer. And it's not just for your hair to be longer, actually. Extensions just look better. Whenever they try to convince you. Honestly, I think my hairstylist is pretty cool. I don't even think she's trying to scam me, because I've gone to a hair extension consultation and I walked out because they told me how much it costed, and she told me that she would do the installation for less than it normally costs. And compared to my one anecdotal market rate experience, it was less than it would cost. Also, she says I can come in whenever I want and get my bangs trimmed for free, which I think is crazy. Like, I know it only takes you know, like my bangs, right? She cut these bangs and she was like, bangs grow out so fast. If you ever want to come in and get them trimmed, like, I'll just do it. Like, don't worry about it. And like, I know it doesn't take that long to cut bangs, but I still have to like sit in her chair and she has to like put a thing around me and then cut them. And that's like really nice of her. Isn't that crazy? I literally told her, I was like, girl, you should not let people come in and do that for free. You should charge them like $20 or something, at least. I would not let her do that for free. My bangs look dumb because they're not straighten them. Straighten them. $20? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm female and I'm used to my hair cuts being expensive. Your hair is pretty long. It is, but imagine extensions and it was like this long. and they were like curly and nice and shiny and pretty. Investment in getting people to come back. Yeah, I've only gone there twice, and she called me a regular last time. She was like, "You're a regular, so you could come in," and I was like, "Oh, am I?" Cool. I'll take it. I'm a regular. Ah! The last guy that I dated lived with a bunch of guys, young men as well. And when they would all wake up in the morning, they would say that they do their morning screeches. So the first time I spent the night there, he woke up and he just like screamed. And then you hear, because they share a wall, the room next door, you hear like screams from 2 other guys in the house. And I was like, am I in a frat house right now? What the fuck just happened? They like wake up and when they hear each other screech, they all screech together. Boys are so silly. I hate that. I don't know. It's kind of funny, honestly. I didn't mind it. I just wish that I was informed of it before it happened. Because I thought, like, some shit was going down. I thought, like, the house was being burglarized or something. I don't know. It was just kind of scary. It was just unexpected. T-shirt time. It's t-shirt time. Did you join in? No. I didn't. But it might be part of why when I stretch I feel the need to scream. Your tolerance for frat guy behavior is wild. Thank you for acknowledging that. You're right. You're right. The older I get, the less I have, though, which is good. That's a good thing. You've done that for a while? I dated that guy almost... Well, you know what? I'm not going to say how long ago I dated that guy, because sometimes I'll talk about that, and then people are like, she's lying! Or people are like, she cheated on me! Or like, she said it! I don't fucking remember, okay? It was a long time ago, though. I'm not going to say the date, so you guys can do the math. And figure out who I was confirmed with at that time. Okay. All right. I need help. Don't we all? My sister texted me. She said she laughed at my message. She reacted to the message and then said, "That's amazing. I'll have to go back and watch that hour later. It's fascinating stuff. This corporate responsibility / sustainability world that we live in. Are you killing time during Subathon with this content?" Yeah, I guess so. But I would rather have not had that conversation. It's a... I can't type. Good conversation to have, but I never want to have it again. All right. Okay, so I need to work on a hypothetical idea. I need to make 2 hypothetical decks for 2 hypothetical ideas. Thank you. Thank you! So, stores! Thank you for the 5. Okay, you guys. So, hypothetically, do you want chat's input? Yes. So, hypothetically, if there was the opportunity to do a show with a large budget, okay? We're not talking like we buy, 25 drones and put on a drone show, okay? But large budget. Think large budget. Obviously conservation related. It can be all at Alveus, or it can be half at Alveus and half me traveling somewhere to like Conservation Uncharted style, to meet up with other conservation orgs and do conservation work. It can be 5 episodes over 5 months, or it can be 6 episodes in 6 weeks, like Nerve Center. It can be however many it can be, yeah. Let's think like 5 to 6 episodes. Let's do that. I like the idea of half and half for sure. You guys already came up with creator versus creature, which is... Space, is there any reason I can't show them the deck for that? Let me go look at it. Here's what I need to build. I'm just looking over this deck and making sure that... Okay. Okay, I looked at this deck. So this is what I need to build, okay, is something similar to this. And we can use creator versus creature ideas. This is a pitch deck, okay? This is what you like send companies when you're like, I want to do this, and this is what it is, and this is what I need, okay? So creator, you said you wanted to avoid traveling. It depends. I don't want to travel every week for 6 weeks. Sounds exhausting, but it doesn't all have to be traveling. Creator versus creature. Okay, so purpose, appeal to Twitch audiences by gamifying conservation education content. This show is very like game showy, like way less Animal Quest, way more the parts of Nerve Center that weren't me, right? That were like, they wanted this to happen. Very Zoomer, very like, you know? So the idea of the show is like a collab, except instead of me introducing them and being like, yeah, he comes from sub-Saharan Africa and he does this, and they're really important because blah, 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 blah. It's not fighting the animals. There are challenges versus our animal ambassadors to demonstrate our animal ambassadors' natural abilities, and then I educate throughout there. So I'm hiding the broccoli much more than a regular collab. So, conservation, oh, here we go. So, concept, creators visit the sanctuary, they meet and learn about the animal challengers. So it's like, hey, here's this cockroach, hold it. Cockroaches are really cool. They have all these adaptations. They can survive this much nuclear radiation, and they're really good at climbing. Now let's take you out to the rock wall, or let's take you out to the Velcro wall and see how you do. And so I throw education in there, but it's like easier for Twitch to digest because it's dumb. You know what I mean? So they compete in animal adaptation themed challenges versus our animal challengers, creator versus creature. Madagascar hissing cockroaches have barbs on their legs that allow them to climb glass. How well can they climb a Velcro wall? Parrots have special toe grips so they can balance 100 feet off the ground in the canopy layer of the rainforest. How well can you balance? Right? Okay. making it happen, we need a production build. Here are some like concept drawings that we've had done for the show concept. We need to convert the outdoor space to a studio set. We need lighting, better equipment. The vision is this. So like we convert this entire backspace to like a studio show. So we introduce them. Dion drew these. We introduce them in the corner. And then it's like, here's this, all right, time to go outside and see how you do, you know? There's like a stompy race right there. There's like, you know, whatever. And then we have proof of concept. This is just like, these collabs work. Here's proof. And like, here's how many viewers we have. And here's where the money is. This is why you want to invest in something like this. You guys understand the concept of this deck? So, I will say, I've made lots of these decks, and unfortunately, not a huge part of my job, but part of my job is spending a lot of time working on things like this and pitching them and working a lot on like pitching sponsors and trying to get sponsors and not necessarily getting them all the time, right? So these things take time, but you have to try really, really hard because it's a gamble, you know? And so obviously we haven't done the show. I'm doing another pitch for another show. Will it not always be clear from the beginning who will win? No, not necessarily. I don't think so. I think it's fine to be like, hey, this cockroach can climb up this much glass. You proportionally, we like measure them and we're like, all right, can you climb up 8 feet? And they might be like, yeah, it's like not high. And then it might be harder than they think. You know, who knows? But yeah, it doesn't really matter who wins. My agency does, yeah. So my agency works as a middleman. So I make these decks. My agency can go and tweak them and like add whatever stuff that they think that the brand wants to see, and then they communicate with the brand. Right? So I need to make 2 more of these decks, just like the one that I just showed you, with new show ideas. And it can be a combination of a lot of things. So in this hypothetical, hypothetically, they want something bigger and they want all the episodes to look different than just the same thing every time. Nerve Center was the same thing every time, just with a different guest, right? It was literally like the same collaboration program, and they want it to be like bigger, crazier, different. Hypothetically, they would want that. So currently, my only idea right now is, or the idea that I have not talked to them about. The idea that I have right now is I like the idea of splitting it half on site at Alveus with like the ambassadors here, and then half of it like me going out and doing stuff. So like 3 episodes here, 3 episodes out there. And I'm thinking, hear me out. All right, there are no bad ideas. This is a brainstorm, you guys. My only idea is, what if we base it all off of like an ambassador? Thank you for the 5. All right, this is annoying. Pippin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, what if we based it off an ambassador? So for example, it's like based on the marmosets or something. So it starts, the first episode is like, essentially, it has to be more exciting than this, but essentially it's just like, meet the marmosets. Here's where they came from. Here's who they are. We love the marmosets. The whole show would be branded on like our two marmosets, right? And then the next episode is like we have a celebrity, like T-Pain comes out and meets the marmosets, and it's like a that's the second episode. And then the third episode, maybe it's like not Animal Quest style, but like, I don't know, something else on site where it's like, here's why marmosets are affected by palm oil. Here's what palm oil is, right? And like, here's why our marmosets are having a hard time in the wild. Okay. And then the next episode is like, I go to like a professional kitchen or something, and I talk to them about, and they like only use sustainably sourced palm oil. And I go to this kitchen and like we do a cooking show where we're talking about sustainable palm oil, and then we're like cooking something. And the next episode is I go out to an organization that is doing work replanting forests or something, and I like am planting trees or whatever. And then the last episode is, I don't know, you know what I mean? Just like a progression of things starting from an ambassador here. But then the second half of the episodes are like going out to do something. Hypothetically, they would want to see like models of things that already work really well on Twitch. So like cooking shows, like going out to meet with people, going to do IRLs. It's all live. So yeah, all episodes based on one ambassador. Yeah, but it's like way larger. Or like if it was with the Foxes, it's like I do an episode where I go thrifting with T-Pain. I don't know why I'm using, like, T-Pain's not doing this, but like, you know, I like go thrifting with T-Pain, and he like gives me a thrifting makeover, and we talk about why thrifting is important, you know? Or like we go out and we got to think big, you know? Or we like go to a factory and see how they're producing blank. And it's like a Dirty Jobs episode where I'm working as somebody who works in sustainable palm oil, you know? You know? Like paralleling biomagnification with the format. Yeah. It's like we do a fear factor episode where I ingest rat poison and then we see what happens. I gotta pee again. Continue brainstorming. Are they done? Are you done? Okay. Let me go back and read your ideas. I won't see updated chat for a second. Do you guys want a doc? I can't. Can I trust y'all with a doc? My bangs are making it look like I'm balding. All right, let's see. Let's see. There might be too many of you. I'm not going to do it right now. I'll think about it. Other things that can be done, other ideas that I have. So I'm also just ripping from my is you live streaming paragliding? Okay, space, number one, I don't want to fucking do that because that sounds scary, and personally, I would hate that. But that is an excellent idea, and that's exactly how I want you guys to think. It's an excellent idea, and it's how I want you to think. You know what would go crazy, though? You know what would go absolutely crazy? And there's, again, if we did some sort of thing where we were talking about vultures, and the last episode was like, and we like built a vulture enclosure, and the last episode was bringing a vulture here. I have no idea how to time that, but can you imagine how crazy that would be? And it was like, we spent all this time learning about vultures, and now it's time to celebrate like our very own vulture ambassador. That would go nuts. But we're too far from a vulture, I think, for that to happen. Hot balloons to the stratosphere like Red Bull. Can we stream up there? Hammy, Hammy's also on the right track. That is so funny. That's so funny. Okay. Other ideas, if I'm ripping from Creatures of Habit, which is the next series that I'm doing. We're collecting ideas for a new show. One of the Creatures of Habit episode was going to be like shade-grown coffee with the macaws. And so like there could be an episode where like there's a really cozy set and it's like a podcast of me and whoever talking about shade-grown coffee, drinking shade-grown coffee, and like, or like I go to a coffee shop that only does shade-grown coffee, and I like learn to be a barista for a day, you know, and we talk about that. There is plastics with I don't know, with everybody. The reef tank would make the most sense, and then going and doing a trash cleanup for an episode. There, you know, there's so many ideas. So I think because we're coming up with 2 ideas, I think the first thing we should do is start with, do you think we should start with an ambassador? Should it all be based on an ambassador? I think that makes the most sense. But I don't know. Because even with the marmosets, like we could talk about deforestation in Brazil, and then we could go to a vegan restaurant, you know. and talk about like plant-based diets, and I could learn how to do that. So it's not the same ambassador for every episode. Yeah, but it would only be... I think it would be fine if it was not one ambassador, if it was all ambassadors from the same place. Like the Amazon. You know, we could... We have... Who do we have from the Amazon? The marmosets and the parrots. Okay, here's another deck that I have. Just to get your guys' gears going. Let me just proof it to make sure that you can see everything in here. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Okay. So here's an around the world deck. So this was like, I have 6 episodes about each regional group of ambassadors that we have. So concept, 6 episodes based on 6 continents, teach viewers about major conservation threats to those habitats around the world. So example episode, South America. So all of these ambassadors are from South America. And then I talk about the decline of the Amazon, the exotic pet trade, fur trade, fashion industry, deforestation, climate change. I have Africa. All of these are African animals. Talk about poaching, talk about exotic pet trade, invertebrate conservation, deforestation, pollution, climate change. Georgie as well. And then here's those visions in the drawings in the set. I would not mind. I don't think it's just because it's fresh on my mind. It's also like an insanely vital environmental resource. I don't mind it being branded around the Amazon. So like, who all is from the Amazon here? The marmosets and the parrots. Is that all? Snork and Moomin are from Peru. Any of your bugs? No. No. Technically, okay, Winnie is not from the Amazon, but you are technically right, Celtic. There is a story to be told about cattle ranching in the Amazon, and then Winnie. Matt, thank you for the prime. Also, hypothetically, we should include a piece about some sort of representation of underrepresented communities or women. Which could be done through meeting with like organizations that focus on that. So like we did conservation cast for minorities in shark sciences. Groups like that would work to like incorporate. So we should have one episode for that. Okay, let's start. Let's just start here. Okay. Say we have series idea number 1. We do 6 episodes. The first one is gonna be let's just do okay, I can't spell. Okay, so half of them at Alveus, half of them away. I think it's important, these are not necessarily in order, but I think it'd be cool to do something with cooking. I think one episode should have to do with like how do I say that? The part about like highlighting underrepresented groups. Like, how do I say that in one word? Representation, and then thank you, and then like industry, maybe like something where we're out and about. I don't know. How do I do a whole show on the Amazon without going to the Amazon? Like, I don't know who I could meet with. The Amazon. For the Amazon, we have palm oil, deforestation, cattle ranching, mining, logging. So just like forestry, management. Recycling. Climate change. Greenhouse gases. Oh. Okay. Okay. So any of these things. And then yeah, pet trade. Local focus conservation show. Yeah, native species conservation is obviously super important. I do less of it with Alveus than I would if I was IRL. I would pretty much like solely be doing it if I was doing IRL conservation, but because you guys are not all from Texas, I think it's important to talk about as much as I can. Battery, thank you for the prime. Okay. So okay. Yeah, reducing plastics. Poaching is a big one too. I can't stop thinking about that vulture idea. It would be so cool. But like so impossible to line up. Dude, we started conversations about a different, not a vulture, a different ambassador. We started conversations in February. And so like if I were to try to plan some sort of event around building an enclosure and getting that ambassador here, it's been almost a year just because of permitting, you know, and like it's not always up to us how fast we get them. And so I just don't think it's possible. Regular businesses are so slow. Yeah, Space has heard about this since we went to visit it in February, and we were like, all right, like we're in there, you know? And yeah, so I don't think it's possible, but God, it'd be so cool. Oh, it'd be so cool. Visit the place where it's at on stream. No. 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 Some people have said stuff like go to another sanctuary, whatever. It would be cool to do like day in the life of a zookeeper at like San Diego Zoo or something. And I do think that's something that could happen. But I don't know. Ah! How crazy would it be if we got like a behind the scenes of their Condor program and then we got the vulture? Damn it, I can't let this go. What's the timeline for this? Technically, Space, hypothetically, they said, hypothetically it could be one episode a month for like 6 months, right? So that gives us a lot of time, right? Technically. Hypothetically. Whatever timeline. Let me make a call real quick. They didn't pick up. Space. Hypothetically, they could pay for the enclosure as like a part of it. How long does an enclosure take, assuming the contractor has no issues? Well, it depends on the enclosure and it depends on the contractor. The fox enclosure went up in like, what, 2 weeks? 3 weeks max? They went crazy. But there are enclosures that have been here that have taken months and months. Yeah, 9 months. If it's really bad. Okay. Let's just... There are a lot of conversations we had, and I'm really excited about that idea, but let's put it on the back burner for now, and let's talk about the first idea, which is this. Okay? These are... This is episodes, right? So I would want, like, 3 done at Alveus, and then, like, 3 away. Right? And we've talked about revolving it around an ambassador and revolving it around a, like, region. Like, revolving it around the Amazon. Do you guys have any other angles besides those that make that make sense? I think there is branding that is possible for, like, about, or like how to help the Amazon, you know? And then we meet animals from the Amazon. We have like a celebrity meet the animals from the Amazon. Or maybe it starts there. Maybe we start with celebrity meeting the animals from the Amazon, then we do blah blah blah, then we do blah blah blah, then we go out and yeah. We good if each episode at Alveus leads into the next week's episode, which is outside of Alveus. So, like, rainforest or forest in general. Yeah, maybe. So, like, here's the monkeys, here's why they're important. Or, like, here's Winnie, here's why we have her. Then the next episode is, we're at a vegan cafe where we try some vegan meals. You guys can see that not every meal needs to have beef in it or meat in it. And then it's like, here's why am I forgetting the purpose of this organization as a whole? Here's these birds, they're seed dispersers. And then the next episode, it's we're replanting the forests. Okay, I don't mind that either. So what if I send them 3 pitch decks, even though hypothetically they might only want 2? In that case, I don't know. What if there were 4? What if there was one that was like, this is all about the Amazon, and it's 3 at Alveus, and it's 3 away? And then there was one that's like, it's all about the monkeys, and then it's, here's 3 at Alveus, and here's 3 away. And then there's one where it's like, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, alternating, and then there's one about the vultures. My hair smells like shampoo. So my brother used to say I was creepy. Because I used to talk like that a lot about irrelevant things. And he'd be like, you're so creepy. That stuck with me. I'm sweating and I want to take this sweatshirt off, but I'm gonna change my shirt into a tragedy for y'all. Because this is what I have. Stand by! Continue brainstorming. Audio listeners, I was peeing. Okay. Okay. Oh, so cool. So cool! Damn it! What if you do an episode about what service an animal provides, and then you do an episode where you take over the animal's job? Like, I do an episode on seed dispersers, then I go shit everywhere. What is the example beyond detritivores where I go do a cleanup? I provide an ecosystem service by eating a bunch of bugs. I provide an ecosystem service by being an apex predator. By going out and being a oh no, never mind. This is a bad idea, and I'm gonna stop. We're gonna stop thinking about it. We're going back to doing. We have 3 ideas right now. Okay, we have the vulture idea, we have the alternating idea, and we have the based off of not one ambassador, right? Do you guys like the 3rd idea based off one ambassador or based off of the Amazon? Or based off rainforests, I guess. But rainforests of the world is such a crazy thing to say. The Amazon. You know what? I don't like that idea as much as the second idea. Maybe there are just 2 ideas. If you can get 6 episodes off of one ambassador, is 2 limiting new people from ending episodes won't understand. Yeah, that's the other thing that's hard, is like, even with the alternating idea, it's like, last episode we met Winnie, this episode we're going to a vegan cafe and cooking with their chef. It's like, what if you didn't see the last episode? Then it still matters, but not as much. But all series based off of the last episode. Is it that different with live streaming? Got a bigger shirt. Huh? What's wrong with this shirt? Mike? Pre-recorded segments, I don't do well on Twitch. I wish I could do both in one episode. Like, I wish I could be here with Winnie and then be there and be like, all right, here's what we're doing. You guys just met Winnie, but that's just not possible. God, I need 2 of me. Damn it. I have Kayla. But I don't think I mean, Kayla doesn't have the time to, that's a lot to ask. vegan food truck. Pre-recorded segments that you show throughout the episode. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Pre-recorded's not good, though. Pre-recorded is bad. You know? I don't know. I guess it was fine for Master Baker. Right? But they weren't long segments. It's a crazy chat from a username like that. When I say glass, you say house. Sorry. Nice, Shrez. I need to focus. I'm starting to, my brain's starting to feel fried. So I like the Amazon because the episodes are all tied together, but not so directly. Okay. Let's start working out. Let's start working, ironing out the Amazon idea. Because I think if you're considering the live streaming element and you're assuming that a bunch of people that are there for the third episode were not there for the first episode, I think it's much easier for people to get behind, like, here's what we do to protect the Amazon, instead of here's what we do to protect the black-tufted marmoset. Because if they haven't met that ambassador, it's not gonna do it for them, right? So I think we do it with the Amazon. Yeah, okay. So let's all right. So I think instead of the first episode just being like meet the marmosets, I think it needs to be a celebrity, and I think it needs to be hypothetically they already asked for a list. So I think it needs to be like an exciting one where it's like the first episode is like Offset's coming to Alveus, right? Because then it's crazy, and in the first episode is interesting, and it's not just like me on a keeping stream being like, here are the marmosets, and everybody already knows them, right? So let's say that's the first episode, is there's a celebrity that comes to Alveus that kicks it off. It's like super hyped up because it's a crazy celebrity. We got to bank on getting someone good, and then They come here and it's like a collab where I'm introducing them, but the focus is on the Amazonian ambassadors. So the marmosets and the parrots. Okay. So then episode 2. The Rock. That'd be so funny. We need to start working in... I don't know because I want to start talking about these bulleted issues, but I don't want to do like an Animal Quest, obviously. We need to like keep up. We need to like continue the excitement momentum. So what? What is that? What are you talking about? Sorry, I just got really thrown off. I don't know what they're talking about. Okay. I also think that the celebrity needs to not be a streamer. Could be a big YouTuber, but I don't think it should be a streamer because it shouldn't feel like a collab. I think it needs to be a celebrity. Let me look back at this. Let me look back at this thing. Okay. Mr. Beast. Okay. How do we build from here into these bits? Or should these be parsed in somehow? All right. So, on the vulture idea, I think it's reasonable to pitch a 6-month, like once every 6-month thing, contingent on the last episode. The absolute ideal is like bringing a vulture here, and like putting it in its new enclosure. And there's a plan B of some other finale if the permitting or transfer process or whatever, it just doesn't line up. Because obviously with things as sensitive as that, we're not going to revolve it around the timeline of a series online, right? It's gonna be, it's just gonna be how it's gonna go, you know? So yeah, we can pitch it as a potential 6-month, you know? And there's a lot that, the thing about the vulture one is that there's less that can be done at Alveus because we don't have ambassadors. Like, it's very specific, right? So like, I don't know what can be done here besides like me being in a studio, like doing a talk about vultures, which isn't ideal. So the beginning of it is weaker, the end of it is stronger. But I could probably visit places like San Diego Zoo, World Bird Sanctuary, Avian Behavior International, you know, they all have vultures. And so could go see all of those, would be really cool. I have to pee again. Isn't that crazy? I have to stop drinking water. I'm tired of being punished for drinking water and having to pee all the time. All right. Ready? Ready? Okay. Okay. All right, so back to this. Here we are. Do we want to alternate between at Alveus and away from Alveus? You think? Honestly, that might be better for Alveus, because if you think about, if the show picks up momentum and people like it, then like them seeing it at Alveus, the chances are higher. Right. So maybe Maybe we should alternate. So then, if they mate Amazonian ambassadors, here's what I'm thinking. I think the celebrity coming here and meeting them is just a straight collab program. I just put more emphasis on the marmosets and the parrots and Winnie, right? So I just spend more time talking about them. And so one of the Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And I think one of the when you look at any organization when it's like, well, what can I do to help the rainforest or help the Amazon or help whatever, it is eat less meat is like a really common thing. So I think actually this could go second if I talk about it a lot during the collab. So I think going from that to a vegan chef kind of makes sense. It really, I have to talk about it a lot with that celebrity. So also that celebrity has to be aligned too. You know, we can't have like I don't have an example. Can't have some like meathead that posts at Liver King, yeah, and then do that. Guy Fieri is that's so funny. That would be so funny. Applum. A plum. A plum. Thank you for gifting. Okay. Okay. So then we alternate again. I don't know what to do at Alveus if it's not a collab and it's not Animal Quest and a Superstars isn't enough. I don't know how to make it like big enough and interesting enough at Alveus. We could do like a creator versus creature. This is hard. Stompy won't run on command, just like the parrots aren't going to scream on command, but we can play a clip of Stompy running, we can play a clip of the parrot screaming, and we can tell them how loud they can scream. Now we have a handheld decibel reader so they can scream into it. They can run. We have a speedometer, you know. I don't know. Like, I know the episodes should be different, but these are just like, now it's just so different. This just doesn't make sense to me. Let me look at, let me make another doc. Series idea number 2. It's gonna be Alveus, IRL, Alveus, IRL, Alveus, IRL. And it can be something with the marmosets, and then I don't know how to do something with palm oil, but something with marmosets and then something about palm oil. It can be Winnie, and then it can be vegan cafe. It can be parrots, and it can be shade grown coffee, dirty jobs, like learn how to be a barista. Something. Or it could be the foxes and like thrifting makeover, like sustainable fashion. The foxes with sustainable fashion though is such a weird one because like the fur industry, it's not a sustainable way, but fur in sustainable fashion is not the same as like fast fashion. You know what I mean? Like I can say don't buy furs, but then me going to a thrift store to buy like repurposed fashion is not the same message as don't wear furs. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But it's fine. And like it could be fun because it can be with somebody. So then these like foxes, Winnie, parrots, what do these episodes look like? Like do they look like just as superstars? I don't know that you can make something interesting enough out of them alone. Because superstars is so casual. Do a creator versus creature for each. Is there enough there for a creator versus creature? There's like potentially yelling loudly. There's like foxes. They think foxes can sense magnetic fields, so maybe there's like spinning around a baseball bat thing. There's digging. There's hearing, maybe. I don't know. Winnie. Burping. Pulling. This doesn't make sense to me. This all just feels so forced and weird. Hmm. 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 I don't really want to do the pre-recorded bits. What's the goal? I'm trying to write like a show idea that includes like half of it Alveus and half of it IRLing. Would it be good to start and end out Alveus? It's impossible because of travel time and it's a live show, so. Okay, hero. This could be a collab. And then if we do a day in the life of the zookeeper, and then it could be like anyone can be a zookeeper. And then it could be like going out and I don't know, like doing like a Conservation Uncharted with an organization that's like, I don't know, maybe we do like some interviews with people that are in the field. I don't know, something like that. Right? Does that make sense, or is that feels less forced to me? Where a classroom comes explores the... I'm not putting kids on Twitch. I don't want that on my hands. The day in the life of the zookeeper, yeah, people would like to see it. We just have to have a good guest for it for sure. And then I don't want to put that on Kayla. She just doesn't have the time. I would love Kayla to do more education, but for her to be able to do that, we have to have someone else doing animal care, and I don't have that set up right now, so I don't know. Based. I want to avoid as much virtual stuff as I can, like Zoom calls, like interviewing people over video. It just doesn't do as well as being there. That's why I'm like willing to travel for part of this. You know, the other option is like day in the life of a zookeeper, and then like I go do a day in the life of the zookeeper at San Diego. One, I don't know if they would let me do that, but like that would also make sense. But I have to include the representation in somewhere, so then where would I do it? Also, you know, I don't know. I'm very proud of our husbandry here. I have no idea how they do stuff over there. I'm not sure that I want to make such a direct comparison between two facilities doing things differently, back to back, because maybe that's not a good idea. All right, 2 more episodes. Oh, we've drifted away from the Amazon thing. Whoops, sorry. Let me look at something. Hmm. Okay, now I don't know. Maybe we've drifted away from the Amazon part, and maybe that's not what we want here. I don't know. My brain hurts right now. I didn't think this would be this hard. Maybe instead of the Amazon, maybe it's just celebrity collab. Here's what you can do. Celebrity collab. Here's what you can do. Celebrity collab. Here's what you can do. Like, it's like celebrity collab. Here's us meeting with a vegan chef and you can eat less meat. Celebrity collab. Here's how you can. Here's a thrifting makeover so you can see how to do more sustainable fashion. Celebrity collab. Here's visiting a recycling facility and seeing how plastics are really recycled. I don't know, you know. Um, I don't know, though. And then where do I put the representation piece? It doesn't have to be a whole episode dedicated to that, I suppose. Like, what did we just read? What did we just read about World Wildlife Fund? There are pillars, there are climate strategies. What you can do down here. Travel. Eat less meat, adjust your thermostat, change your fashion habits. Okay, well these two are like the only ones that make sense. The thrifting and eating less meat. I'm just writing out the second idea. I literally just wrote the exact same thing in a different order. Damn it! Okay, well, tragic, but is what it is, I guess. Maybe this is the best idea we have. What else could a collab... I guess a creator versus creature collab could work here. So, like, we have one where it's a big-time celebrity. That's the first one. And then the second one is, like, we have someone, like a streamer, come out and do a day in the life of a zookeeper. And it's, like, Dirty Jobs reversed. And it's just funny because you guys already know who that person is because they're a streamer. And then the third one could also just be a streamer. And it's, like, funny because it's creator versus creature. And then we go out. A day in the life of a barista. So One of the things that I learned from the San Diego Zoo when I went to their ambassador presentation is buying shade-grown coffee is good for macaws because it protects their forests, because you can grow coffee in the shade instead of like clear cutting and growing coffee that way. That's one of the things that San Diego Zoo recommended. So I could then go learn how to be a barista or whatever with some hippie cafe in Austin that only does shade grown coffee. And yeah, Explosive, thank you for the Prime sub. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. Do any of those exist? Probably. I don't know. I just don't know if these all connect well enough. You know? This would be a bunch of the animals here, I think. Hero, I would hate doing that because I think it would be tragic. It's very hard to find. Okay. Let's let that sit. Here's all the exact same thing. We're gonna make this into the vulture one. So okay. I don't really know where it starts here. I don't know how it starts, but hello? I don't know how to do this as an episode of a show. Like, what am I gonna... You know, like, what do I do for that? Like, I finish painting the trim, maybe, and then I do, like, a ribbon cutting? Sure. it just sounds like a shitty episode. We're trying to write a series, like a show that happens once a month over 6 months, and the end result is bringing a vulture here. But the end result also might just be a plan B, something else, I don't know, but it's supposed to... Malena! My head hurts really bad right now. What they can benefit from your corporation will give you good PR, Smile. We'll say thank you, Smile. No, they could put their name on the enclosure. Is it the same chatter that keeps saying for me to go do border patrol IRL? I don't think they would let me do that, and I don't think it would be safe at all, and I also have no authority to, like, stop people on the border and be like, hey, don't smuggle that animal in here. I don't know what you mean by that. I've seen you say it so many times. I don't know what you mean. That's crazy. Go to the Amazon. I'm from... What is that? It's from Finding Nemo. I'm from the Amazon. I'm a piranha. I'm losing my mind. Give money to the birds. Hand them some dollars. Vultures love tearing up paper. They would probably love that. Go swim with some sharks. Okay. Not to throw us in a loop here. Your streamer... Yeah. Not to throw us for a loop here. Ah! But the other option is like... do some sort of... Dude, Northern Lights on stream would be crazy. Can you imagine pointing an action cam at Northern Lights? They would look like such shit. A Sony. We stream with our phone and the bitrate is garbage. You see one giant green square. It would look good on a DSLR. Would it actually? Or does the exposure... I have no idea. I've never seen the Northern Lights. The other option is we do like a superstar style, like here's the ambassador that we have at Alveus, here's what they represent, and then we go out to an organization that's doing it on the ground. Examples, brainstorming, not all good ideas, is like here's Georgie, here's what he is, here's what he does, and then going to Minnesota to do a Conservation Uncharted episode in between all of them. So like Conservation Uncharted with frickin' Solomon to do freshwater fish conservation. Okay, Georgie's from Africa though, so does that make sense that we'd be going to Minnesota? No, it doesn't. All right, there are no bad ideas right now. Okay, that's number 1. Episode 3 and 4 would be maybe I don't know. I don't know. We don't have a saltwater fish tank here, but I could go diving. We've talked about doing diving streams before and like making it a whole thing and going and showing stuff underwater. I don't know. And then there's like freaking, I don't know how to do this without leaving the country. And I don't want to stream internationally. Pretend you want to hunt animals to expose them. That is crazy and I'd be so scared. Actually, Selfie, it's all worked out. We have that, Nandre! Nandre, do you know how long it took me to find your freaking Twitter, dude? I had to message Point Crow and be like, what is his freaking Twitter? Just so I could follow you. It took me so long. Okay, respect, Melina, thank you. I got banned. I'm so sorry. That's really sad. Diving would be funny. We have a whole plan for it. It is like, it's quoted out, but it's expensive. It's expensive. All the things that go into me having a mic underwater to be able to talk and like an underwater ROV and all of that, it's possible. It's expensive. I don't know. I don't know. I do like bees. Yeah, the episodes have to be live. Have you dove before? No, I've snorkeled. Why are you assuming that I can't do that, though? It's really weird of you. Really messed up. You know what? I don't like the idea that I just said because I don't want to just do Conservation Uncharted because I like the idea of like doing the interesting IRLs that are like vegan chef thrifting, like things that are like, here's stuff that you can do, you know? I like that more than just doing a traditional Conservation Uncharted, so I want to keep those in there. Yeah, diving's hard. I would have to get certified too, which, yeesh. Bird spotting. That part is nice. We have a show and tell where they can post pictures of their birds. Or post pictures of what they see. Aren't there levels to the certificate? I don't know. I've dropped it. I've dropped it. You should too. Try and eat food faster. That is the creator versus creature idea. Could do a grain eating contest with Winnie. This and this. So there's half Alveus and like, and then we go out and do something that's like relevant to what you can do to help. And then half of it is like with the animals at the sanctuary. And then this is Vultures are cool. Vultures are cool. Look at these places that have vultures. Look what they're doing with vultures. Vultures are so cool. And then we get a vulture. Dude, I have no idea what Stompy would do with another emu. I think it'd be really ugly, though. I think they would, with their feet, try to kill each other. Winnie doesn't like anything except for grain. She's actually so cringe. She's the only cow I've ever had in my life that doesn't eat, like, everything you offer them. It bothers me. She's really picky. Okay, let's go back to this vulture idea. So when we're talking vultures, okay? We're talking a show about vultures. We're at the end. We bring a vulture here. I don't know how to do an enclosure build episode of a show. Besides, like, maybe I just build a perch, and so I have all the power tools and whatever, and I'm building it, and then, like, chat picks a paint color or something, and then I go and, like, paint one part of it. And I just, like, talk about the vulture, and it's all exciting and pretty and cute and whatever. Maybe it's, like, part of a mural or something, just so it's more fun for them to watch. And we do an Alveus tour. Sure, whatever. We can make it work. So then, we will get a vulture eventually. I don't know when is the hard part about this. So then, what are the other two Alveus episodes? I'm down to go visit these two organizations, World Bird. Okay, well, I say I'm down, like, they'll let me. World Bird, I think will let me. That's where Connor is right now. And then San Diego Zoo, we'll see. Interview people at UT and show them pictures of your animals. Tell them to name what it's called. That is a good idea, but I'm so bad at that. I tried to do a tailgate with S-Fan, and I was so scared the whole time. I would have to be, like, plastered to do that. I don't think it'd be good. I think I just have to be drunk or something to feel fine about it. What are the other two episodes that we can do in Alveus that aren't, like, straight up Animal Quest? But how do we make it about vultures? Stealthy, I agree. Also, I will admit I'm a super weak swimmer, and I also I don't like being underwater ever. So I would do it for conservation, but I would never go. If I wasn't a streamer, I would never do it. We will do a Halloween party. We're doing a Halloween enrichment party. All the animals will get Halloween themed things. Go somewhere that the vultures live and explain why they live in those places. Here's the thing. They do paragliding with vultures in Nepal. Is it realistic to think that I can go do an episode paragliding and stream it in Nepal? No, I don't think that it is. I really don't. I don't think that that's realistic at all. It would be very cool, but insane. Is it live? It's live. I could maybe go paragliding in the US and stream it, but I really don't want to. Personally, I don't want to paraglide. Eat some roadkill? No. Search for the animal IRL. There are no bad ideas. You can make a vulture restaurant. Vulture restaurants are just when vultures are all eating. So if we got in contact with Texas Parks and Wildlife or a game warden and they had a deer that they had to pull off the road, we could take it and put it in a location and put a ton of cams on the vultures, and then we could watch them eat it. But I don't think that that would do very well on Twitch either, because I think it would freak people out. And I also couldn't be next to the vultures because it would disturb them. So it would be like the vultures on screen and me in this corner being like, wow, look at him. Which I don't think that would work either. think they would like rape light. Did vultures eat your neighbor's llama recently? Yeah, there was a vulture restaurant. It was like 15 vultures on that llama a couple weeks ago. Should this just be a celebrity collab as well? So like assuming there's a bunch of new people on the show, cuz look at Nerve Center, right? It's on front page, but like the actual hero slot on the front page, like the first one, theoretically, hypothetically. So like show 2 to 3 guest pics of different birds and have them find the vulture, but do this with a bunch of animals that look similar birds and shit, have them compete. Winner gets to name the enclosure, call it animal trivia. There is room for like a game show. That's true. I could like host a game show here. So if the first one was just like a celebrity collab where it's like there's hype there and it's like Taylor Swift is coming to Alveus and like we do a whole tour so everyone sees what Alveus and sees what it's about, and then the next one we go to World Bird Sanctuary, we meet their vultures and we're like, this is why they have vultures and it's very important. And so we want to get vultures so we can teach people about the same thing. And then we do like a game show where we run a game show at Alveus. And it's like animal trivia and like mostly vulture trivia or something. And we just like talk about vultures or something. And then we go to an IRL. We talk about the vulture conservation program at the San Diego Zoo, like California condors. And then the next one is like, okay, guys, we've learned so much about vultures. We love vultures. We're going to build our own enclosure for a vulture. And we boom, bam, except the enclosure's getting built in like these 4 months too prior. And I just like do finishing whatever. I do like a rope cutting thing. And then the last one is we bring a vulture in and put it in the enclosure. It's like, wow, now we have a vulture. Kendall Jenner? Really? I don't think she would do that. I don't know. She's famous. Call her? Okay. You're right, I should call her. Okay, I'll call her. Okay. I don't know. This one still just like doesn't really connect for me. And it's kind of stressing me out. I want it to make more sense. I also have to pee again. Is that crazy? Is there something wrong with me? episodes. Okay. I think that the disconnect bothers me in this first show idea, and I think that they need to be more literal. I think that these being back to back makes sense. So these two, for example, Alveus, like creator versus creature collab, if it was just with the parrots, right? Like we had all 4 parrots in the training center or something, and it was all of them were against the parrots, and it was like, parrots can do this, parrots can do this, parrots can do this. How can you help parrots? And then the next one is I go and talk about shade-grown coffee and why that's better for parrot habitats. And I go do like a day in the life of a barista for shade-grown coffee. I think that makes sense and is good. I think that this like vegan chef thing after Winnie and like the Amazonian ambassadors makes sense. But I think it makes less sense when it's all of the ambassadors at Alveus, and I think this one makes very little sense. Of like, someone comes, I like this idea, like some streamer comes and does a day in the life of a zookeeper. I think that's fun. But like, does it directly correlate to sustainable fashion? No. And I wish it did. And I don't know how, because even if this is like just Celebrity Meets Winnie, it's obviously not enough for one episode. You feel me? You know what I mean? Episodes can be as long, they can be an hour, they can be 4 hours, they can be 5, you know, whatever. So, how can I make it? I don't know. Maybe this one's fine. Maybe this one's fine if it's like a whole collab with just like a celebrity so that everyone can like be introduced to Alveus. How do I make this one more direct? Links to a day in the life of a fox. I don't know. I don't know about that one. They could all be creator versus creatures and just be like creator versus creature versus like Winnie and the chickens, and creator versus creature versus the foxes and the chinchillas. Instead of like a whole collab tour. GoPro animals and put them in the training center with different things to do. Yeah, we do cow cam and goat cam. Creator versus creature is it's this. So it's like a bunch of different challenges relating to the animal's adaptations. So like climbing a Velcro wall because roaches can climb glass, and like balancing because parrots can balance really well, you know? Maybe we just do creator versus creature here, and then with like the relevant ambassadors to these issues. Parrots. foxes, and chins. This also takes the pressure off of having like a big time celebrity come out here. Yeah, having a celeb would be great for any of these. For sure. Does this make more sense? I think this ties it together better. So then for those creator versus creature bits, for Winnie and the chickens, what else? What are chickens good at? Flying. That's funny as hell. She's like, chickens can fly like 17 feet flat across the air. How far can you fly? And we put them on a platform and there's like a foam pit and they have to jump. Okay. Nice. Okay, not a foam pit. Sorry, I didn't mean that. What else for this? Crazy, but we could have a chicken. Like, we could give them, you can eat mealworms, right? We could get like mealworm sourced for humans to eat. We can see like how many they can eat in like, 15 seconds, and we also have the chickens eat them out of our hand. Based. Lord, thank you for the tier 1. That with gummy worms? No. No. Alveus art contest. There are a lot of really great artists. We get a lot of good fan art. Yeah, depending on the contestant. But the thing is, Winnie won't burp or pull anything. So there's some things with creator versus creature where we're gonna have to show a clip or just say like, they can do this. Can you? Right? So I don't know that. I don't think that burping is a very good idea. Winnie absolutely farts. Save the okay, cowboy, go off. Yeah. Winnie will push if you have green on the other side. That's true. It's true. I think that's enough. So then foxes, chins, magnetic field. It's really funny. Magnetic field, like jumping. I will not train. I refuse to train Winnie to push something and like encourage her oppositional reflex. We can say she can push with a certain force, but I do not want to train her to push. It's a bad idea. They can push a football thing. magnetic field, like, pouncing. Because foxes can sense magnetic fields and they boing and have to land on something. And so we can, like, blindfold them and spin them around a bunch of times and be like, all right, jump on it. Sure. What? Yeah, it's crazy. They did a study pretty recently in the Czech Republic. They studied, like, it was like 10,000 jumping attempts or something. And they found that they were jumping in the same direction. I don't remember what direction it was. I always forget. But they were only accurate in that direction. Essentially, it's like the TLDR of that study, but I haven't read it in a while. So, magnetic field pouncing. What we got? Bite force. Yelling. Honestly, running, because foxes, I don't know how fast they can go, but probably pretty fast. I don't think smell really makes sense, because if we hide something in the training center and we're like, all right, sniff it out, I don't think they're gonna be able to. So I don't think it would really matter. I don't really want to do digging, because I don't know that we can find a stat on, like, how fast a fox can dig or how fast they can dig down, because it just depends on the ground. Unless, no bad ideas, unless we give the foxes a sand pit and we, like, teach them how to find something in the sand pit, and then we put it on the live cam, so they're not, because they will not do that if we're, like, in their face. But we could put a sand pit in there on the live cam and then put the same sand pit in the training center and then, like, have them live against each other, maybe. And just see how fast the foxes, like, get the egg or something, and how fast the creator gets it. Like a digging contest, you know? Okay. Ice cream's so good. I love squeaks. Okay, let's leave it at that. Parrots should be easy. There's yelling. There's bite force. There's balancing on branches. There's flying. There's nut cracking. What? Singing is kind of funny, because the chat would just be like, yeah, the parrot was better. Like, we could have someone actually, like, sing something good, and then the siren's like, ah, 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 and then everyone's like, yeah, bird wins. It could be really funny depending on the creator. Yeah, for sure. Birthday. Okay. And then throughout this, I just need to shove education in the cracks and hope that people don't really notice, but also hear it. So, I don't know exactly how to do that yet, but it could be done. I think also this model might be better with multiple creators at a time, so they can also compete against each other. I wish that these animals could be in the training center while we do these things, but they can't. Not at all for the second episode. Maybe a little for the first, maybe for the first episode, and like maybe for the last episode, but they're like hard maybes. Donkus, that's not a bad idea. They can get like extra points at the end if they remember what they learned. Yeah. It's like foxes can run at how many miles per hour? How many foxes does it take to make a fur coat? Okay. Thank you for the 3 months. Okay. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I think they'll like this idea better. Idea number 1 better. But, because it's just harder to brand vultures, you know? I think they want to see this stuff. Hypothetically. Mitchie, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Holy shoot. Thank you for the 25. Okay. All right. I need to make these into decks, but I really don't want to do that right now because I've spent so many hours and my brain hurts really bad. Based. Thank you guys for the help. That was really helpful. Oh, nice. Hat. Stompy splash pad. It's too cold. Oh my god. It's too cold for a Stompy splash pad. Oh yeah. That was good. Based. Based. my god. Yeah! Hat! Angry based. Alright, so today, we need to make enrichment, and we need to, work on the rat maze. Damn it! I forgot glue! Oh, shit. 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 I mean, I can make all the parts and not glue them on. That can be done. And I need more paint, non-toxic paint. Alright. You guys want to do some rounds? Just go see the animals for the sake of seeing them. Yeah, let's go do that. Let's go do that! Alright. And then we'll make enrichment for today. Do. Wait. This is the chat phone. Not the stream phone. No, this is the stream phone. Yes.